Yo. Yo, yo, yo. What TF up? I don't know if my chat's going. Oh. Yeah, why is my restream chat not working? Hold on. Yo, Grim, what up? Bad at RuneScape? No way. No way. What do you mean bad at RuneScape? How can I be bad at RuneScape? It's my whole life. Am I bad at life? I mean, maybe. Maybe. Can't even Wooks walk Vork? Bro, I invented Wooks walking. I invented Wooks. Honestly, I hate, like, blowpipe Wooks walking. Although, to be fair, I've never actually used a blowpipe at Vorkath. I've always used a Dragon Hunter crossbow, Dragon Hunter lance. Although I don't know if Twisted Bow works there. Although I've been playing Iron Man, so I don't have a Twisted Bow anymore. Okay, so there's blah, 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 blah there. Then if I go to OBS, it says... Can I like refresh this? Or maybe if I close it and then docs, chat. Start the conversation with your... Oh, there we go. Now YouTube. Popping up. Sam Etozkaban. Thank you. I appreciate it. Also, Ponky and Chameleon. Or Chameleon. No, that would have an R in it if it was the Pokemon Charmeleon. Boom, how's it going? What do you think of how Unreal's doing the stupid thing where it's getting rid of Blueprint and the grossest looking language I've ever seen? Yeah, I think it's a bit, I don't know, silly. My thoughts is that they will do just a visual, like, okay, here's my thoughts. Here's what I think will happen. So I think Verse, that shitty Fortnite language, is... I think it's supposed to run... Or, like, it's supposed to be compiled down into C++ or something. Like, yeah, it's supposed to be, in the end. I think currently it runs in a VM. Same as Blueprint. But I think their aim with that is to get it on par with C++. And then once that is doing that, once it's running natively, then my guess is that they'll do a visual, like a graph version of Verse. What a fucking dumb name for a language, though, Verse. Like, ooh. Like you're linguists or something. I don't know. Just fucking call it C minus minus. Just call it what it is, you know? Just C++ for dummies. C++ for Fortnite babies. Anyway, I think Unreal in general is just kind of like... where the fuck is my... Unreal 5.5 gone? Oh, don't tell me it fucking registered. What do you think about UE6? I mean, it's essentially just UE5, but with like more multi-core shit. I don't know. I think they've lost the plot a bit with the engine. I think they've overextended. 5.8 came out. Fucking hell. Oh, Road to Unreal. Okay, look at it. Marcus Wasima, and lead developer. I lead the development team at Epic Games. Blah 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 blah. UE6, how we ship and operate. Right, so they are unifying UEFN and UE5. So that's what UE6 is. Just UE5 with +1, yeah, basically. Blah blah blah. UE6 is doing the things you want Unreal Engine to do. Rendering gets better. Cook times come down. Iteration loops gets tighter. Mobile is increasingly capable. UE6 exists distinctly from an incremental UE5 development path because 3 things about game development need to change at the same time. Moving the gameplay programming model to verse, which transactionalizes C++ for increased accessibility. Development, so we can build persistent, large-scale live experiences with thousands of contributors. Yeah, so I'm guessing they'll do a, a visual scripting of verse, because, like, I don't think a lot of people will switch to UE6 if there's no node graph. Especially since, like 90% of the engine operates on the node graph, you know? Like, animation, node graph. Materials, node graph. Behavior tree, some kind of fucked up node graph. Yeah. Sorry for sipping so loud. The content code and economies become portable and interoperable across games, ecosystems, and engines through open standards to enable developer collaboration on much greater scales than ever before. I mean, yeah, cool. It just sounds like more metaverse vibes. Good development pipeline features such as an MCP with integrations for Claude, Gemini, and others, as creativity and productivity multipliers so that teams can focus their efforts on the essential creative and technical tasks of development rather than time on time-consuming manual tasks. Development pipeline features such as what's an MCP? Multi cock and poles? I don't know. MCP. Machine. Something. Model context protocol? Is that actually it? I'd say like something content pipeline? I don't know. Model content. Okay, that is it. Yeah, I guess AI model. Whatever. I mean, look, I think building, yeah, some kind of way to like I mean, yeah, obviously every engine, every program's gonna have fucking AI shit, you know? Which, like, look, if it saves me having to, like, I mean, if it saves some people needing to, like, weight paint or, I don't know, fucking UV map or whatever, or retopologize, then good for them. Good for them. U6 included an entirely new gameplay framework known collectively as Scene Graph, built from scratch on Verse. Wow, wow. Verse is so cool. Verse is the foundation of Epic's future programming model. It's next generation programming language, purpose-built to power massive persistent game worlds at scale, where global state just works, and transactionally correct concurrency is handled by the runtime. Scene Graph is a modern high-level gameplay framework that will give you a true foundation for creating games experience easily, and showing the interoperable components between games. So, Scene Graph, I'm guessing, is like... I guess Scene Graph is like the new blueprint? Like, there'll be like an animation scene graph? I don't fucking know. Sorry, let me put this on the screen for you guys. This was a functional logic compared with languages. Feel immediately familiar with anyone who's worked with languages like Python or C#. What if you worked with neither? Functions around atomic transactions can be rolled back and re-simulated when needed. Right. I guess for multiplayer, that's... I guess it... Yeah, okay. Are they trying to, like, do, like giga determinism and shit? I don't know. Yeah. Atomic transactions. Yeah, it sounds fake. Synchronous stuff currently using to replace the actor component system. Ah, okay, okay. So what do you have instead of actors and components? Yeah, exactly, Grim. Just get a bot to do it. Easy mode. Right. Translate blah 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 blah. Game code can be written as if it were running on a single machine without needing to coordinate custom networking code all over the place. Right, okay, so basically, yeah, they're doing a language from the ground up that can just fucking, like, handle 1 million concurrent players in one room, or some shit like that. Like server clusters, I don't fucking know. Yep. Portable content, don't care. Creativity, productivity, model, AI models, yeah, cool. Yep. Yeah, I guess they have been... Yeah. What's it called? Dog testing. Right, actors and blueprints of the early version UE6. There'll be conversion tools. End of 2027. Oh, early access. 2027. Yeah, cool, cool. President goes, I'd rather program in brainfuck. Yeah. Project files not associated. Your project files are not associated with this launcher. Would you like to associate them now? I mean, I guess so. So wait, has this not... What version's my damn game run on? I was running 5.5, wasn't I? Can anyone remember? I'm pretty sure it was 5.5. Resume. Where the fuck is my... Okay. Local disk. Unreal Engine. 5.5. Engine. Where do I like... How the fuck do I run the engine? Okay, is it... It's initializing. This better not be... Is it trying to like install something somewhere that I don't want it to? Right, you're gonna do a 4.4 gigabyte. Okay, but where's it installing to? Like, I've already got 5.5 installed. You fucking dumbass launcher can't find it. Well, look, lucky I've got, like, giga internet now. Yo, Min Nguyen. I am back. It's good to be back. I was finishing house. Feels like they want to turn Unreal 6 into Roblox games. They only release the games on their platform, forcing Steam user to use their system to play games. Kind of. I don't think they'll go that far, but I think they want to give people the option to do that, you know? It's essentially what the Unreal Fortnite thing is, you know? But I mean, yeah, I don't think they want to isolate the AAA space. Because, like, then I don't know how they'd make money. So wait, why did this fucking... It's because of the fab shit. Well, no, it's because I deleted... I was getting this bug where I couldn't install my own plugin to the engine. Because, like, you know, because Unreal Engine. Because fab sucks, and the Unreal launcher sucks, and everything at Epic is just a bit shit. So I had to, like, you know, delete the Unreal web cache and fucking whatever. But I think in the process of doing so, it's forgotten where 5.5 is. And now it's reinstalling it somewhere. I don't know. Let me see. Where's Epic? Any Epic in this folder? Program files. 86. E for Epic. Epic Games. Nope. What about in program data? Epic. Build launcher. Build fucking blah, blah, blah. Nope. What about... should be fine. Let's just let it do its thing. Okay, Unreal 5.5 is installed. Now I should be able to go to wherever my game lives. And open this, and we open it. Bitch, let me open it in 5.5. Okay, you know what? I'll launch it in the Unreal fucko thingo. You know? Is that Kmart hoodie? Yeah, I don't know where this is from. It's secondhand. All my clothes are secondhand. Alright, let's see. Prismatica 5.5. This project was made with a different version of the Unreal Engine. That's not true. It says 5.5, and I just opened 5.5. Do I just say, like, open in place? Question mark? It says it right here, 5.5. Should I open a copy? I mean, I can't be... Looks like US's move towards more data-oriented approach, similar to ECS. Yeah, it makes sense, like, for what they kind of want to target, especially. Well, it's a hierarchy of interconnected nodes and relationships rather than just a collection of actors. Yeah. How much space do I have on my fucking D drive? Free space 21 gigabytes. How big is this folder? It's gonna be more, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, there is a Prismatica Game UE5 copy. I'll probably delete that. I said to delete Unreal or something. I think it kind of... It didn't delete itself, but it deregistered itself from, like, the launcher. And now I'm trying to open a Unreal 5.5 project that thinks that it isn't an Unreal 5.5 project. You know? Gonna hate when that happens? Yeah. Yep. Oh, this is so boring. Why is game dev so boring? I just want to make my dumb character run around. I just opened the project with the Unreal Editor.exe. That's what I'm doing. But it's saying that, like, and it says on the project file 5.5, and I opened Unreal Engine 5.5, and it's like, oh, this was from a different engine of the version of the engine. Do you want to open a copy of it? And blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Turtle. I mean, look, I'll do a copy of it just to be sure. In fact, I should probably just move up to fucking... Oh, they're at 5.8 now. I mean, I need to update the plugin for 5.8, because they just released that, didn't they? What's in 5.8? Hopefully we have more completely unneeded beta fucking plugins. Beta AF. With Unreal Revival, you can push performance and customization further thanks to advanced world building and terrain creation tools, high quality real-time vegetation authoring, and simplified lighting workflows. Blah blah blah. Okay, yeah. Last planned major UE5 release and roadmap. Cool. Mesh terrain. Oh yeah, true. Another experimental thingo. Sorry, I'll get the page up. Tightly integrated with web partition and one file per actor, mesh terrain offers all the advantages of automated distance-based streaming, data management, collaborative workflows, blah blah blah. Manual edits, blah blah blah. Yeah. I mean, look, all this stuff's like cool. If it's what you need. But like I'm like the kind of dude making the kind of game where like I want a character to be able to like pick up that rock over there. Like that little rock. I want to pick it up. And I feel like PCG and all that, it's very like kind of visual only. Like, yeah, cool mountain, but like, you know. But is it real? Procedural vegetation sounds... Procedural vegetation and like the way they've built it. It's like, yeah, okay, photorealistic game, cool. But I don't know. I mean, this is like Tree It, basically. I mean, look, it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. Character animation. Right, they're doing... Right, yeah, more shit in the engine that everyone just uses Blender for. Control rig physics. Yeah, cool. Cool. More retargeting. Cool, cool. Virtual production. Yeah, cool, cool. Digital humans. Yeah, cool, cool. Again, if you're making Grand Theft Auto 8, it's like, yeah, it's cool. Like, very interesting. But I don't know. They make all these tools and shit, but it's just like so specific. You know? You know what I mean? Like it's for one very specific, you know, oh, we need a giant crowd of people that are just like walking around. You know? I mean, this is cool. Like doing a face mapping tool for the metahuman shit. But again, it's like it's such a, I don't know. It's a very rigid ecosystem. It's a very closed loop kind of thing. Like you either use metahuman for everything, or you use it for nothing. Like, you can't really... I don't know, like... You can't kind of use metahuman, you know? I mean, sure, you could probably export it and, like, do shit in Blender, but it's... I don't know, everything's kind of, like, very... Very, Yeah, I don't even know. My brain's not on. Right, mega lights. Cool. Dynamically lit. Illumine light mode. Cool, cool. Radiance Field's probe occlusion. Ah. I mean, look, that's kind of cool. Actually, retiring blueprints for script. Yeah, for the verse. The metaverse script. Although my guess is that they are... No, Medusa, they are. They are. Blueprint is deprecated in 2 years' time. Well, it won't be, you know, continued work on, but they essentially need to make a visual version of Verse. Otherwise, like, they cut off literally half of their user base. Well, yeah, you can still use it, exactly. Hello, Gil. Wow, I can't believe they, like... Why do they, again, it's like, fuck, they like keep adding more shit. Also, this looks like arse, by the way, like the fucking flickering and whatever. But it's like, no, we don't need a toon shader model. We just need to be able to create our own shading models. You know, just give us like fucking easier access to the rendering pipeline. You know what I mean? Like, there's just too much shit. And not enough, like the problem is here. But they keep just, like, trying to cover it up with, like, you know, oh yeah, the people can't do, like, stylized, you know, like, shading. They have to use, like, post-process and whatever. So let's just, like, throw them a bone with, like, a essentially hard-coded, like, shader model. I don't know. Visual asset, mobile, iteration. Yep. Yep. Cool. Alright, I'll be right back. Oh, what do you mean you couldn't copy the project? Oh my fucking god. Alright, I need to pee. Well, actually, while I'm peeing, I'll delete the thing that it was trying to copy. I'm guessing it was in, like, a recycle. No, because it... What the... How big is this one? 36 gig. And then this guy's got 47 gig free. So why don't I just fucking manually copy it? Prismatic Game UE5, copy, paste. Okay, BRB. Alright, we're back. We're back, and I couldn't... Wait, why do I have a content examples? What was in there? Make it. What did I even... You know, fuck content examples. You're banned. Right, I need to do a disk cleanup. How the fuck do I clean D drive? Yeah. Right, that's just recycle. No, that's C. Clean D. Bam. Okay. System files. Okay. How much space do I have here? I mean, what's even in here? I've got games. Anything in... Downloads? No. Games, Steam apps, common. No, not installed. How am I fucking... it's because I've got like 20 engine versions installed. Because they keep fucking it. Alright, let's go Unreal Engine. Unreal Projects. I'm going to make a new folder called Prismatica Game UE5. Copy. And then I'm only going to take everything except for the, is it intermediate folder? Yeah, I'm just doing that while I'm just navigating my computer. And like signing into stuff and whatnot. Binaries. No, so it's just the intermediate folder that can get yeeted. And saved? What's in saved? You don't need saved in intermediate, do you? UE5, what folders can I delete? Blah, blah, blah. Binaries build intermediate. Build. Oh. How big's that? There is no build. Okay, I'll just copy these ones. And then back to here, into here, paste. How many gigabytes? 47. Alright, I think it's copying. So I'm just gonna wait for it to copy, because if it corrupts my whole dick, then I can't be fucked. Ugh. You know? Ugh. Anyway, what's everyone been up to? I've been addicted to gaming the past 3 days. I've been playing Songs of Six. Like SYX. And I can't stop playing it. I have a problem. I've been staying up till 9 AM playing video games. That's why I haven't streamed in 3 days. So it's real hot in here. It is sick. It's like, it's... Yeah. It's real good. And it runs so well, like having like thousands of colonists or settlers or whatever. And it's like, there's all these different fantasy races and stuff, and it's like... There's like racism and like slavery, and like, it's pretty brutal. And I keep getting extorted by bandits. They're like, oh yeah, pay your protection money. And I'm like, fuck, man, like, I need that. It's my money. That's my denarii. Give it back. Maybe we'll play a bit later when I get bored of Unreal. I'll show you guys my town, my city. All right, so I've got this all in there. So now if I go Prismatica Game UE5 and I click on this and I go select Unreal Engine version 5.7, 5.6, 4.27 or binary build at D Unreal Engine UE 5.5. Why is it why does it say that? Wait, what did it say? It said D Unreal Engine UE 5.5. Is that what I want to open it in? You know, I'll go library. We'll launch 5.5.4. We'll open it from there. Alright, we're nearly like an hour into the stream. And I haven't managed to get the engine open yet. Can I recommend any sources to learn advanced animation blueprints? You can go my channel for the basics. Oh, why have I got two fucking... No, that's the copy one. This is the real one. So I want to open the real one, but I want to open in place. Because I don't want to fuck with source control. So we're going to do that. It better just work. Otherwise, I will piss. Yeah, but with animation blueprint stuff, it's kind of like... I don't know if there is really like an advanced... I don't know. Just search on YouTube, I guess. It really just depends on the particular thing that you're trying to do, you know. Oop, my computer is spinning up. Generating code. 6-7%. Hell yeah. Compiling C++ source code. Wow. Does that mean of my project? Yeah, it does. I was gonna say, did I manage to like somehow get a source version of 5.5? But I don't think that works through the launcher, you know. I mean, I would fucking hope not. So bored. I'm so bored. Alright, it's moving, it's moving. Cool. Alright, hold on. It's opening. It has the splash screen. Paragon Project is good for looking at advanced stuff. Yeah, true. I feel like it I mean, it's probably like a bit dated, but at the same time, oh, fucking shader compiling bullshit. Yeah, it's probably like got some good nuggets, you know. Especially like again, like all of the new stuff that they've done is just like, again, it's like these fucking hard-coded, like rigid systems, you know? It's like, oh yeah, motion matching. Like, okay, if you're using motion matching, then like that's what you're using. It's not just like, I don't know. I wish they would make, like, this is what I expect an engine, like an engine in development to do, is to add tools for people to make systems from. But instead they just make the system and it only fits one size. And it's just like very I don't know. Do you know what I mean? Like every time they release like and maybe I'm just like out of touch, you know. Maybe I'm not like a true developer. But when I see them like release a new feature, I'm like, who asked for this? You know? Like I need someone to put their hand up and say like, oh, I was really hoping they were gonna do that. Something doesn't work in UE, the error is often that something needs to be turned off, not added. That's true. That's true. Visualizer going to when you have 180 turns isn't working. Yeah, it's like, and like the amount of animations you've got to feed into it for it to kind of work. And it's like, well, no one's gonna bother fucking, you know, no one's gonna bother mocapping and cleaning up that much data. They're just gonna use the like they're just gonna use the default project and nothing else, and every game's just gonna use the same motion matching animation sample pack thing. Fuck, I blitzed that coffee. Paragon animations greater than motion matching? Yeah. Yeah. Well, look, soon enough we won't even need animations full stop. We'll just be generate the game image as we go. Like those... you know that fucking cursed-ass Minecraft generator? That was sick. That shit was dope. Like you would look up at like a treetop, and then or like a cave, and then you'd keep looking up, and eventually you'd be back. Or like, I don't know. Yeah. Playable Google Street View? Yeah, true. Alright, we're nearly a quarter way, or nearly 3/4 done. What's the bet I just get like a quadrillion errors? What's your room? Hello. You guys want to watch me chop a redwood tree down? Chop, motherfucker. Yeah, lit. Here's my Iron Man skills. It's kind of fucked up. I like started this account, I think like just before I got this house, and I'm almost nearly 2k total, which is like fucked up. Kind of fucked up. All right, 515 to go. Oh. I'm almost thinking like maybe I want to go 5.27 engine version. And just like sorry, did I say 4.27? Maybe I just want to go back to Unreal 4. I don't know, just for fun. Just for the old UI. Alright, let's see. 95%. I don't know. Unreal 5's just a bit of a mess. Alright, we're in. We're in. Yeah. Does 4 have a LTS? What's an LTS? I'm gonna quickly project settings. Wait, is it project settings or... Oh, long-term support version. I think it does get some updates, but only if they're like engine braking ones, I think. Is limit frame in 60? Cool. Oh, fuck, alright, what were we doing? There's fucking particles everywhere. Alright, well, look, we've got a character, and they are, like, actually walking. Look at it go. Is this not the fucking dumbest shit you've ever seen? Gotta go fast. Come on, Sanic. Why is the camera clip? What's the fucking... the thing? Spring arm. What is the... Do collision test? No. I don't give a shit about no collision test. So yeah, so basically we've got the feet working. We just need to tune it. So let's do a do-over, right? Because it's not where we want it to be. Let's just start by... Oops, wrong thing. Start by setting movement to 0. That's always a good spot. Okay, so we can lean, right? We can lean. Oh, there's a bit of fucker. Oh no, that's just because, okay, yeah, when it's planted. And we can jump, actually. That's good. We can jump. We can probably, yeah, jump forward. Pogo Man the game. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay, well. There we go. probably... Alright, let's go to... Actually, one thing I want to test real quick is just making sure that our stepping still works. Oh, fuck! Okay, Jesus Christ. Give me this guy and get smaller. Okay, and then simulate, and then you come here. Gonna move you under that foot and then do this. Yeah, you can handle that fine. Cool. And what about if... I'm gonna get rid of that green ring. It's not really helping with anything. What if I... Oh, fuck. Okay. Obviously, you can't slide along. Let's just do this. That's fine also. Can I do a different one like this? And do it over there. Oh, no. I didn't mean to fucking knock him. Alright, hold on. Let me go debug. Oh, my wood cutting is 92. Number goes up. Where is the... Draw debugs. There should be a... It's like a fucking debug cylinder. Cylinder. Here? Nope. This one. There you are. Right, that was in some other shit. And then... Alright, let's go. So I want this guy like that, and then I want his friend like that. And then we'll just test if he can stand on that. Very quick Niagara Grid 2D question. I'm trying a small water scene with Grid 2D, but when I either sample the landscape or use the RVT for the height, my render target flashes black for a few frames and then writes the proper values. Any ideas on the WH or the logo system? Great question. I would also like to know the answer. I think the main cause for Niagara... So with materials... And again, this is just like... This is it's been the case for fucking ever. And Epic do nothing about it. Because they fucking suck. But... a material... Basically, RVTs will only have their lowest MIP loaded unless something nearby the camera is actively sampling the virtual texture. So like, oh, there's a rock, and that rock is using the height data and the landscape data to like blend around the edge of it or some shit. And so that will force the RVT to like have its highest quality thing and like have it immediately ready. But Niagara doesn't send it that request. It can only piggyback off of some other shit. So like what I do, I think I didn't end up doing it, but what I might do is have some kind of dummy object, you know, like that maybe only gets drawn in like the no, it wouldn't work in custom depth stencil pass. I don't know, it just needs some way to force it to be at its highest quality. Or, you know, the Unreal team could just like fix their shit on one of the most used features in the engine, instead of pushing out new developer slop, new dev tool slop. Yeah, but that's the issue, basically. I know you fucking dog. Okay, here. Alright, I want to see if it can roll that way. There. And he is relatively happy with that. Yeah. Yeah. Except when that one starts getting fucky. Yeah, there is, there's a little bit of, I guess, shakiness with the plantedness. Because I do... Right, it's because I was actually calculating the fulcrum center, but that relies on feet being planted or not planted. So, like, we can stand on 1 foot or something. However, that needs to... Oh, so it is 10. That's probably fine then, Seebs. Okay, cool. But yeah, that's what causes that little bit of shaking there, is like it kind of feeds back like the... It's like almost planted, and so it puts its foot down, which makes it planted, which makes it lifted up, which makes it, you know, it just gets confused. Yeah. But that's only really relevant here, because we're using the balance vector, not the up vector. Which, if I was using the up vector, there wouldn't be that little bit of bullshit. Which, I don't know, probably fine for now. Okay, let's look at all our arrows. So we have a target velocity. And we have a... Yep. Target velocity, current velocity. Which, that should be a... Is that an XY velocity? Don't think it... Oh, no, it is XY. So yeah, if we want to go this way, then we lean that way. Cool. And then we spaz out a bit, because, yeah. Zoop. Cool. Alright, let's just look at the acceleration and... Target acceleration. Which is like, yeah, we need to... I guess it does have an up-down, doesn't it? Which I probably want to not... I mean, it's just because it... Yeah, I'll put that in there. Target velocity, absolute velocity. The absolute velocity can be very, and again, I'll probably zero out the Z in there. Alright, I fucking debug. You know, it doesn't actually matter. So, this is how the cookie crumbles. We have a target velocity, and then that is compared to our actual velocity. And then we have a PID controller, which is essentially just like, what is the difference between the target and the current? If it was just P, if it was P only, then it would just spit out a proportion of the difference. So like, I think I made T. I've got to hold it. All right. So target velocity, our actual velocity, here's the target acceleration. And then as I start to get closer to it, that'll just become 0. But obviously, if I was actually moving, we might overshoot that velocity because of our acceleration. That's where the D comes in. And then if we were pushing against something, then that's where, and so we needed to like push harder or lean over more, that's where the I would come in. But we'll leave that for now. So then we convert the acceleration into a lean, which ends up being like target lean, current lean. So yeah, if we need to go this fast, we need to like lean over, basically. Or if we want to accelerate that fast, we need to lean over. That makes sense. So the difference between the current lean and the target lean gives us like I guess it's more like a torque acceleration. Whatever. Which we then use to rotate the feet. So that's why if I go sideways and do this, it can like it can right itself, you know? Just using its feet. And its leg length, I guess. Sweet. Oh, I actually did want to try something as well. I just want to do... I wanted to try something... Because, like, basically, if you... I'll do an F interp. And then let's get, like, the fucking length of the XY. And some kind of remap, dude. Now, what's it called? Map range. I'll print the string. Basically, if we need to, like, lean more, I actually want to lower the center of gravity slightly. Actually, let's just put that in there. For now. So this is, like... Okay, so it's going to, like, 0.8. Makes sense. So like 0 to 1, go 0 to -30 as the target, and then the crouch offset goes into here, and the delta world seconds into here, and the interp speed. I mean, I shouldn't really need the interp too, but okay, I see that, And look, it does actually make me lean a bit quicker compared to without it. Here's without. And then here's with. Did I not plug it back in? Or did I just... Oh, I just made it more subtle. I mean, yeah, that kind of works. I just need to make sure that, like, it doesn't drop enough that we, like, lose our... Yeah, like, we don't want to lift our feet up beyond, you know, some limit. Okay, cool. So I'll just keep that there. That's fine for now, whatever. I can put the interp speed down, actually. Just so it is a bit... Yeah, cool. Okay, so... Stabilization torque. And then we can also do a little bit of, like, fake... So, like, if I do... fuck. It's not gonna let me jump, is it? So this essentially gives it, like, a fake rotational only force. Which is why I have, like, a little bit of air control. But this can be, like, if this is pushed too hard, then, like, we can kind of stabilize too well. And it looks like we're a fucking helium balloon fella. Which, I don't know, I mean, I don't mind it. The previous system had actually a fair bit of this, looking back at it. Although what it did was it only allowed this stabilization torque. Okay, it kind of goes to shit there. Yeah, see, it looks like a fucking helium balloon. Essentially, I want to keep that as low as possible. Like, I don't want much of it. I want most of the balance to come from, like, actual shit. From the simulated bullshit, whatever. So that all seems decent. Yeah. Actually, why? I guess if we're losing balance sideways, we might actually want to stick that foot out, but I just can't be bothered programming that. Right, yeah, so we got this shit, blah, 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 blah. So that's all that side of things, which is quite stable. You know? It's like, oh yeah, we've got a foot on a different plane, cool. We can, like, I don't know, rotate it, and it's like, oh yeah, no biggie. It doesn't adapt very quick though. Oh no, it does, I guess. Well, that just went too far. Whatever, cool. Okay, so down here is where the magic happens, and also where it goes to shit. So let's just do this again. Current stride movement speed per second. So we want to go forward. It's like, okay, cool. Like, yeah, I'd love to go forward. But then we end up overshooting a shit ton. So we can smooth the acceleration slightly. It kind of works a bit. We can also add the derivative back into the acceleration. It's also very slippery. That's because of this. Maybe I shouldn't. Well, I mean, look, honestly, it's a bit better. It was running for a sec there. It was actually running. It could also be this needs to go up a bit, because if we are... Well, no, that'll just go too much heal, right? Because if that was higher, then that would mean that like it's trying to stabilize too much. That would mean that the sidewaysness here gets a lot of jumpy shit. I also might just put the friction up the tiniest bit. Wherever the hell that is. High frick. Let's go 2 and 2. So yeah, I think the first order of business is just get the character walking. And like walking not completely spasticated. And not doing like an Irish jig all the time, you know? Like this. Hell yeah, look at that swag. Can we stabilize? No. Exactly, Chameleon. Exactly. Actually, you know, I'll show you guys what happens if we crank the shit out of this. Okay, well, not much. This will essentially stop it from falling over, right? But it's not doing the yaw at all. Wait, do I even have a target rotation? No. Where was I set? Oh, that's here. Target facing vector. Now we can actually like turn to some degree. Yeah, anyway, so it looks super cursed because it is super cursed. I also think maybe the leg strengths are set too high. As in, like, the maximum power of the leg can just, like, launch us into fucking space. Let's try, like, a bit, longer strides, you know? So, yeah, this was, like, one of the main issues, was, like, if our steps are too big, aka if our steps are, like, normal, then it's a fucking mess, right? Because it keeps going side to side, which is natural. Keep in mind, that's like a natural thing. That's what humans do slightly when they walk. But it just like giga overcompensates. And so we end up like, you can see the brown value, the target acceleration is like, also physics constraints and time dilation doesn't work. Doesn't give a fuck. So, I don't know. Maybe I need to manually make physics constraints. Maybe we're going that deep. Like, it just doesn't. That's not what is happening. It's not how it works, bro. I don't know. Chaos physics is a fucking nightmare. Right, so if we weren't stabilizing as hard, then we'd probably fall over. Or, yes, it's just like so inconsistent. Because the stride is like constantly like battling itself in a weird way. Like target velocity is fine, yeah. Target acceleration, I mean, yeah, look, it makes sense. There's a bit of like left to right compensation. The target lean is like generally forward where it should be. This is just trying to walk as well. So this is running. Wow. Oh fuck. So yeah, a lot of the issue comes from here, the stride acceleration. There's also, I did put in another... Yeah, another helper that will just, like, accelerate the capsule. Just to kind of help us get to that point. Also, I need to turn the fucking rotation off. Just face that way. You douchebag. Because, yeah, because, like, it's hard to know whether it's not working because the stride is funny, or if it's because we can't get up to speed. And, like, if we were already at speed, you know, would it be working fine? Because, like, this is... Yeah, I'm just adding some thrusting force to the capsule. Like, it looks a bit shaky, but, like, generally it, you know, works quite well. But obviously that's not how we want it to work. We don't want it to have thrusting forces. Because it's not a car. I mean, a car doesn't have thrusting forces. It's not a rocket ship, it's a character. It's a person. This is a person. And as soon as we start adding, you know, fake linear forces, then, like, what's the fucking point? Then we may as well just use Mover 2.0 or whatever it was called. We want to generate our own momentum. You know? Yeah, but it's going, it's going. That's for sure. It do be going. So, this is the top half of the body, kind of, up here. And then this is the lower half of the body. This is the feet. This is where the feet happens. So currently I'm just getting the current lean of the character multiplied by how long their legs are. So it's essentially from pelvis to ground. Or, yeah. And then we're using that to essentially be like, okay, this is how far... Or this is how... If we were like... it's essentially... If we're leaning over like this, it's essentially like, and this is like the bottom there. It's essentially the distance that our, like, if we traveled this far instantaneously, then the capsule would be upright. You know? So that's kind of like our target, like, velocity, I guess. For the legs to be moving. Sorry, target acceleration. Then that all gets added to the target stride velocity. I was thinking I might need to do something like split the acceleration on this end into a direction and length, and interpolate the direction and length separately, so that the direction can interpolate slower than the speed, just to like smooth it out a bunch. But I mean, that's kind of the job of the PID controller. So anyway, this is just getting the up vector, X, Y, trying to reach 0. You know, this is the proportional factor, that's the derivative factor. Cool. And then that is it, actually. And then we just have a stride velocity that gets smoothed a bit. And then based on the output, you know, movement speed of the feet, we have a stabilization strength, which is like just whether we lift our legs up or not, or and also how big our steps are. So like if we were saying, I mean, we can do stuff like this, right? We could say like, oh, all steps are 30 units long. And then I just need to put in some factor in here. Which is like, you know, you can see that, you know, we're only taking 30 centimeter steps, but it means in order to go faster, we've got to like fucking walk like a mouse, you know? Which, doing smaller steps like that is actually kind of helpful, because it then becomes more like the Ballbot project, you know? But you can see here that, yeah, like, it catches up, but then it overshoots. We need to investigate why. Hello. What do you got? Oh, chocolate. Ooh. Dank chocolate. Sorry, dark chocolate. Yum yum. So. Basically, we need to get it as close as possible to not eating shit. Keeps overshooting. What about less than that? 0.1. Not enough. Still not enough. What if I just did this? Well, no, that would be the same as just doing proportional, right? Although, less of it. Because that's literally just... What's the difference interpolated, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, no, that's not what we want to do. Yeah, the green value. Maybe I need to do like a, like, I don't know, non-linearize it? So that, like, I don't know. Is it maybe just, like, waiting too long to start accelerating? No. Impossible. Now it's over damped to the point where like it just can't even move. Now it's just too fucking fast. You know? Like, I'm just going to be changing values non-stop the whole time. But yeah, see, like, and then it always just overshoots and dies. And, like, I'm only trying to go, like, this fast, you know? Like, target lean, and then the lean... Yeah. We can do stuff like... take the opposite of the lean vector, so that it, like, kind of... Well, probably not here, but more like here. Because if we factor in the stabilization torque as the acceleration, then, like, if I set that to 10 or something, when I try and go forward, it will walk backwards slightly. Which, like, we do kind of want a little bit, because that will then delay doing the thing. Trying to copy your half sword movement? No, we're doing something a bit more fucked up. Half sword's movement is, I'm pretty sure it's still just capsule based, but it's like levitation based, not actual like balance based. Like it's a levitating pelvis, and then the feet kind of procedurally move to look like it's walking, which is why same with like Exanima. It's a levitating pelvis, whereas this is like, well, currently it's not much, but. Let me, I don't know, maybe I just need to, like, Google some... How fast does a stride have to be to balance center of gravity at any angle? To balance your center of gravity dynamically at any angle during a stride, your forward speed must perfectly align your momentum with Earth's gravity. In biomechanics, physics is defined as dimensionless ratio called the Froude number. To achieve perfectly stable pendular dynamic balance throughout the step, you need a Froude number of exactly 1. At blah blah blah, you're at the absolute mechanical limit. If you stride any faster than this, your forward kinetic energy will overcome gravity, forcing you into a run or leap. Is that what I'm asking though? It's more like you know, I guess it is literally like an inverted pendulum problem. You know, like if you've got something that can only move horizontally, and you put a stick on top of it, and the stick starts to lose balance, you know, how do we balance it, or how do we maintain an acceleration, or an acceleration of the acceleration, you know? Anyway, I'll be right back. Sorry, I just realized, yeah, I was fucking muted and shit. Sorry, I've just been reading, biomechanics. I asked Google inverted pendulum, you know, acceleration speed. Huh. Linear inverted pendulum model. Pardon me. So wait, where are we right now? We're overshooting. Well, okay, if in theory the steps were giga-fucking small, maybe not that small, because then friction isn't our friend. Let's just keep the steps nice and small. But yeah, I think the problem is that the... Fuck, how can I convert a vector? I guess it's the Z. The Z of this. Break Z A10 to degrees. No, just A10. No, or is it a sine? What's the fucking one I've been using in all the other dudes? Stride slop a sine. This gives us like the degrees of the lean. So it's tangent degrees, so 45 degrees times gravity. Well, that's just like the... So that would go in here. And if this was just this... Okay, no, but this is gonna... Not supposed to be inverted. No, it definitely should be. Well, actually, no. This is just giving us the acceleration needed. Although, yeah, no, that's the same as thingoing, isn't it? Yeah, hold on. Standard approach for humanoid robots and physics-based characters is the linear inverted pendulum model, which constrains the center of mass to a constant horizontal plane. Okay, cool. Walking is treated as a continuous fall forward. The system calculates how the character must position its swing leg to create a new pivot point, safely catches this forward momentum. Alright, I'm programming a physics-based bipedal character. Character is able to balance at a standstill on any surface in order to it can also lean in all directions in order to lose balance. Lose balance so it can generate momentum. You know, I could probably do a better lean. Now that I know that the acceleration, so our current acceleration is blah blah blah, I can probably do the calculation backwards to know what the lean should be for any given target acceleration. The legs are legs and feet move in a fixed pattern, fixed stride pattern that can be scaled, rotated, and sped up and down. Currently, the character can move their feet to self-balance for a bit, but always ends up overshooting or not reaching the target speed. How fast do the feet need to be moving assuming the ground contact is constant? Well, no, you know what? To maintain balance. Send it to Mr. Google. Do you ever think about going to back to UE4 or nah? Yeah, all the time. Every day. every day that I think about Unreal Engine, I think about the good old days. No, I don't want to use capture points. Well, okay, I think firstly, let's get our acceleration. So this is our target velocity, this is our absolute velocity. What does our acceleration need to be? Well, we can... How do I... So wait, it was... What was I doing down here? This was the angle of leaning. And then this. But now I want to know, given an acceleration... You know what? Given a target acceleration... How far or what angle does an inverted pendulum need to be? Calculate the angle inverted needs to tilt to achieve a specific target acceleration. You can use the following formula derived from the system's equation of motion. Degrees equals arctan A divided by gravity. So acceleration, I guess I just have to get the length of that. Let's, yeah, just length, fucking XY. Length XY is probably better. Length XY. You know, I don't even need the V interp. Let's just raw dog it. This guy. So length, acceleration, divided by gravity, gravy. And then it's arctan, just fucking arctangent. Where the fuck is it? Where's... Oh, it's atan. Yeah. Atan degreesus. So this will give us the lean vector. Well, these are the degrees that we need to be leaning. How the fuck do I... Given a target acceleration vector. Well, no, I just want to know. How do I, like, rotate... Well, I mean, I guess rotate vector around... Rotate from... No. Rotate vector around axis. But what axis is it? It's like the cross product of the fucking... This guy. Because we've got... Target, you know, let me set this guy there. Not, don't move. No, fucking, don't, no, fuck, don't move. Okay. So, target lean. So we have a target acceleration. Target lean. Which is based on acceleration. So the acceleration is this thing. How many degrees do we need to be leaning? Which is like... How the fuck do I... rotate the direction? It's like the direction... Yeah, no, it is the direction... Where the fuck am I on this thing? Right? No, we're in the wrong place. Here we go. Okay. No, fuck off. We have the... This guy. The axis would have to be a horizontal axis because we want to, like, rotate it like that. So yeah, it would be the in vector is up. The angle degrees is this guy. The axis is the cross product of the normalized fucking 2D dude. So here's like the thing, here's our guy. In like 3D space, whatever. Should have drawn him second. And so we want to go this way in XY. And this is our current lean, the blue guy. So we want to get an angle. We want to rotate this by an angle in this direction. So, yeah, we essentially need to get this axis, which is if the cross product of the XY thing and this guy, that would, yeah, be pointing out at a right angle. Or I could just rotate it 90 degrees. So I don't know if a cross product... Well, no, cross product always follows like some kind of fucking rule, right? So rotate vector about axis, and so this should then be the new target lean vector, right? I guess we can just see. So if I go, okay. So current accelerate, okay, so it's going the wrong way. So just this is... Flip this. Okay, that's something. So if I go this way, it's like, oh, target lean. It's like giga incorrect. Well, actually, what's the thing? What's it actually giving us in degrees, you know? It's like 90. Is it because our acceleration is too large? Well, okay, that's like 45 degrees. Yeah, maybe? Average acceleration from standstill of human. During a brisk walk, it is 1.5 to 2 meters per second squared, while an explosive sprint can yield peaks of 7 meters per second squared. Maximum survivable acceleration is much higher, reaching blah 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 blah. So, yeah, I guess the acceleration doesn't. Well, I mean, it does matter, but also it doesn't. It does. I will BRB. Hello. We are back. We are hashtag so back. Alright. Yeah, now that I think about it, I guess we can't really treat it as a continuous thing. A continuous you know? Continuous movement, because like... well, I don't know. Because currently we're treating it as though the center of stride is out the anus vector of the character. But I'm just thinking, like, yeah, do we want to instead treat it like, for example, we go to like the turn appendage targets. If I did this, don't do pitch and roll, then this does it as though, like, it'll walk around. You can see it here, right? Like, it leans separately to the feet. Which, like, can kind of make sense, because it means that the feet maintain. So, like, if we're leaning over, it's like currently. That's too fat. There we go. Currently, it's like this, right? Whereas, like, do we want it to maintain like this kind of shape? Do you know what I mean? Like, this is a fixed length. Oh, I guess we'll do this. And this are the same length, right? But it's more about, like, the, I guess, hip projection, like, position, you know? But I mean, like, to be fair, this looks more like a running character. You know? Like it almost looks like this is like the leg, and and like the other one is like this, you know, and he's like fucking Killer Bean style. You know what I mean? Well, I guess maybe that does too, if it was like just longer. Well, How far past center of gravity does a foot land when accelerating to a run? When accelerating, your foot should land approximately 15 to 25 centimeters in front of your center of gravity, measured from your hips. While the running, foot strike by mechanism needs to be ahead of the runner's center of mass during level constant velocity running. Okay, but I'm talking about like... Oh yeah, absorption of the impact, yeah. Alright, how far behind center of gravity does a foot lift? Or does a foot leave the ground? So about 50 centimeters behind the seat. So it is like... I guess it is more like this, and like, because if the center of gravity is probably, if we're leaning like that, probably about here, which is then, yeah, like a 50-20 split. Well, I don't know. Put them back in, probably. I mean, I can always do like this, like go half-half. But then the feet need to be unhalved, you know. Or, no, I need to be using the center of gravity vector shit. I mean, it's just not programmed to do that right now, so, you know what, fuck it. So what's our target lean? It goes up to like... Target velocity... Yeah, the acceleration's too big. Average acceleration from standstill of human. So we can go like up to 7 meters per second. So this needs to be like 0.01 probably to give us any kind of, yeah, okay, so like target lean and the velocity, and it's like, yeah, cool. And then if we smooth that, this to there, just to get rid of, what was it called? Jerk? Or jolt? Wait, hold on. That's the output. The current is target acceleration. Yeah, that's a target accelerator. Oh, right, and then we want to use that to do this shit. Get the angle based on the acceleration. I mean, yeah, that looks doable enough. Rather than just kind of fucking raw dogging it with a, you know, some kind of fucked up, just linearly multiply it. Divide it by something. So here we're actually getting... Yeah. Acceleration need... So this is acceleration... So this is angle for acceleration. So at 45 degrees, we need to... At 45 degrees, we have to accelerate exactly the gravity rate. So by comparison, if I want to accelerate at gravity fucking speed, then 45 degrees tilt. And that's our target lean vector. Which is this. So that should be that. So we'll just smack all that in. So that's a lean vector. The current lean vector is just the fucking up vector, whatever. And then that will give us the difference between the target and the current lean. And then we can, yeah, ooh, do our thing. Cool. And then if we wanted to go faster, then we can be like, oh yeah, like go giga fucking fast. And yeah, and then we can do our like, you know, lower the center of gravity shit. So what is our acceleration length at the moment? Right. Where the hell is our target acceleration? Is here. So if I'm trying to run from a standstill, the target acceleration goes, well, it peaks at like 16 thingo, which is probably too high. That's because I giga chucked that up. Let's go without a D value. Okay. Vanilla, hello, hello. Radical is Boston level, Boston Dynamics level shit. I mean, kind of, yeah. I guess it is sort of. It is a robotics problem. Like we're essentially building a robot, a digital robot. How do you feel that UE6 and them slowly getting rid of BPs, replacing with the verse stuff? I think as long as verse performs better, and they make a visual editor for it. I mean, like, Blueprint has always been a bit of a mess. So, like, I'm not averse to them, like, getting rid of Blueprint, but they need to replace it with some kind of node graph solution. Which I think someone, if Verse is like a scripting language, right? So like it's pretty, I guess, rigid in like how it how it functions. Like, it's essentially... Verse is essentially just little nuggets of C++. It's like transactional, like atomic transactions or some fucking jargon to, I don't know, hype investors or whatever. And if it is just little nuggets of C++, that means it can be represented by a node graph. You know? I mean, anything can. So it should be... in theory, it should be quite simple. It should be quite simple to have a visual editor and then to really, like, instantly compile that into, you know, just the written form of verse, which then compiles into C++. In theory. I mean, that's kind of what their aim is to do. I think verse currently runs in a VM like Blueprint, but I think they're trying to, like, have it be more nativizable. Whereas I think with Blueprint, Blueprint was kind of implemented as like a, oh, like, you know, dumb people can help program. You know, they can do, like, all the monkey jobs that you don't want, like, real programmers taking up work hours doing. And so it was designed to be for just, like, little things like, you know, the programmers set up something and now someone else can, like, implement, you know, all of the different types of this thing, or just, like, data entry, whatever, and maybe add some extra functionality through the Blueprint graph. But then I think people started... Because, like, that's what brought so many people to Unreal Engine 4, is, like, Blueprint node graph. It's like, now anyone can code and whatever. Which is, like, literally how I started GameDev. And so I think it kind of got out of hand. Like it was almost, like, unfixable. Because, like, it runs in this virtual machine layer, and, you know, it can't be nativized properly, and it's all just this big fucking mess. So maybe it's a good thing if they kind of go from the ground up with a new language. As long as, like, all of the terminology is the same. And they or some third party comes up with a, you know, essentially like a graph version of it, then yeah, I'll probably use it. But yeah, they're also doing, yeah, like a more, someone was saying, like a more data-oriented approach. Like, instead of the actor component hierarchy stuff. Which I don't know, I'm not super, like, attached to actor component necessarily. I think workflow-wise, it wouldn't change anything for me. So I don't know. I guess we'll see. I mean, it's years away, and, you know, in 2 years' time, I'll have probably gotten this character to walk. Baby steps. Maybe. It doesn't get framed like Unity's URP and standard pipeline. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like all these game engines and programs and shit, they're just trying to do, like, they're trying to be everything. And when you try and be everything, you are nothing. Alright, so we have a proper lean to acceleration thing. Now we have to actually get in that lean position. So, like, if this was bigger, then we would overshoot the lean, wouldn't we? Yeah, so that should be small. So this is like how do we want to... How much torque do we apply, given the target lean and the current lean? And then based on how much torque we want to apply, we also dip the character down. How's the house looking now? It's very livable now. I'm living. I'm in the house. Currently, I don't have blinds in my room. You know, I just have like a black cloth over that window so that the sunlight doesn't reflect off my monitor. But hopefully we have blinds soon. TM. Some friends do scratch and spin in the day. Yak shaving is its own fun, but only when you're solo with no deadline. Yeah, exactly. Yak shaving. That's a good good analogy, unless you literally mean shaving yaks, which maybe you are. Okay, so then if I'm leaning this way, how fast do I need to move? That's the question. So we essentially undo this on the other side, right? We get the angle from the up vector. And then the degrees of that. So given, if it's 45 degrees, multiplied by gravity, gives us the, hold on, normalize 2D. Gives us, in theory, the... Well, no, this gives us the target acceleration, which is... Well, that should just go into here, in theory. And then the fucking dude needs to actually move. Only cows in Switzerland, but I live in the cities. Yeah, fair. Oh, okay, that was something. Why does it, like, skits like that? That's interesting. Oh, well, it needs to be backwards anyway. So we want to go the in. Wait, that is the plan. So it's like, oh, I want to go. Yeah, okay. So, oh no, I am going into here, and that's at 0.1. So that should be getting deltaized. Xmuno, hello. Can I ask what the goal is reworking the whole movement system? What was the other method lacking? Well, firstly, just for fun. Secondly, for How do I put it? Well, fun on my end, because programming it is fun. Secondly, for enjoyment of the whoever's controlling it. Because it's funny. But then also, I just hate how character movement in games works. Like, you know, like, there's an alleyway, right? And you're running away from the... You're this guy, you're Killer Bean. You're running away from some guards. Or, like, some people are chasing you or whatever. And there's just, like... There's, like, a small child hanging out at the corner of the alleyway. You barely even notice them. And you're like, fuck, I need to, like, run down this alleyway. But then it turns out that your capsule is, like... 1 millimeter too big, and it just doesn't let you get into the alleyway. And it's like, well, fuck. Like, there goes my escape, you know? It's silly. I hate it. And then with the current character movement stuff, you need to... Everything you implement is like a workaround to a fundamental kind of issue, right? Is that it's like, it's kinematic. And you can't even move this stupid child out of the way. Like, you can't push them out of the way half the time. You want the character to get slowed down because the shoulder bumped into the corner instead. Well, I just want to fucking kick the child. Like, I just want to bowl them over. Just, and I want to, like, knock the kid over, smash myself into the side of the alleyway and, like, bounce off a little and, like, get rotated and have to, like, kind of reorient to, you know, and slow down because I'm facing backwards to the way I want to move. And it's like, you know, or I want to trip over and for it to be like a close escape kind of thing. Or I want the guards to trip over as they kind of run and come after me or whatever. And I also... So that's one issue. Is like being able to move... For characters to be able to move each other, to push into each other in like a truly physical way. But then the question is, okay, why not just use like a capsule and measure, you know, line trace to the ground and just use like a levitating force. And if we want to move this way, we just like levitate that way. You know, add linear force that way. Which can work. I think that's kind of what Mover does, the Mover 2.0. Or whatever the fucking 1.0, Mover 5. Unreal Engine 20 or some shit. But that doesn't do physical, like, jumping and walking and like the two-way interaction stuff against like surfaces and the surface's effect on the character and the character's effect on the surface and all that kind of stuff. So like in this old, you might remember this. Did you watch The State of Unreal? No. Although I've read kind of the cliff notes on it, and it just sounds like mumbo jumbo. Can I full screen this? Whatever. So yeah, in this project here, which was essentially the exact same thing, but using a continuous ball, which can, you know, yeah, like, oh, I'm going through the alleyway. Oh, I hit the alleyway. I got, like, knocked over a bit. Or something can knock me over. Or I can, like, I don't know, push this platform using... I guess it ends up being, like, about friction, right? Like, I'm using the friction... I'm using gravity and friction on the ground to push this thing around. And, like, the guy... And you know, this can hit me as well. Okay, no, I'm too short? I mean, if I jump into it, I can probably get hit by it. No? Jump. No, the perspective's all wrong. I can't see shit. Okay, there we, there we go. So yeah, just stuff like, in order to make a character jump, I want to actually, like, instead of just being like, okay, press the jump button, add you know, add an impulse to, like, push the character up. What I would prefer is that instead of actually pushing the character up, we just push the surface down, and then the surface, you know, either gives way slightly, like this does when I jump and it, you know, it moves down, and I can't jump as high off the surface. Or, like, I can use its momentum to jump higher, like a seesaw or a springboard kind of thing. Or, like, you know, if I'm on a surface, let's say, like, I'm on a raft in the middle of the ocean. I mean, I don't know why you'd want to do this, but if you run around in circles on that raft, you know, it should regress, like, it should rotate backwards to the way that you're running around it, you know? So, yeah. So this was, like, an early version with the ball, which, like, works on flat surfaces really well. And then the animation just matches the speed of the rotation of the ball. So, like, the animation is correct. But then it's just, like, there's just weird physics-related issues, like slopes and gravity and, like, spheres can't really have static friction because the contact point is, like, infinitesimally small. So it just, like, is constantly just jittering each frame, like, a tiny amount. And then also, like, stairs is just, like, a fucking nightmare. And there's no, like, real fix to it. So yeah, so then the new idea is to essentially take that same concept, but apply it to a character that has 2 feet. Which I can, like, it actually does work sometimes. Let me just do leg length. 86, 86. Here you go there. Target. PID. That's fine. Acceleration. That should be 0. Stride velocity, blah, 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 blah. Stride movement speed. Cool. Could work better with a deformable softball. That was my thought. And it's like, the point of it is that it should end up being cheaper. Well, in some ways it ends up cheaper than regular character movement because most of the solving of it happens in like the physics update rather than like on the game thread or between the game thread and the physics engine and the fuckery, whatever. I mean, I don't know if this feat-based version will be cheaper, but maybe once it's in C++, it'll be fine. But let me just put this back up to like some values that make it walk. Too much. Too much again. 0.2, 0.13. I can't remember what a stable value was. And now he's just like mega skitzing. Why is that so? It's because that derivative's too high. Oh yeah, look, you can see like it can kind of do its thing, you know, it's kind of balancing. Except that's way too... Well, I guess that's why I was smoothing it. So that it would be less fucked up. I mean, you know, that kind of looks like running to me. And then if we combine that with... because the character, right? Or because of the... Sorry, the movement, the stride, is... the stride is deterministic, like it's just a set pattern that just loops, and that pattern, like, you know, either like rotates or like kind of tilts, I guess, based on the slope underneath it, and also like, you know, where we're trying to go and shit, which means that we can map the current stride progress, so 0 to 1, it's like a looping 0 to 1. We can just match that to an animation and scrub through the animation, a blend space even. So if I actually like go to this guy and I make the mesh visible, visible mesh, blah blah blah. So then the arms will play the arm stuff, you know? Like, while we're walking. So it's like, it's a keyframed animation driven by currently a really fucked up physics bullshit simulation. With like some IK going on. But this music is so fitting. Let me go back to here. I'll make the strides longer. So it doesn't look so stupid. And then we will also do... What was the other thing? Oh, this guy. Go -10. Now I can't see. Oh. Oh yeah. If I just leave it for a sec, it'll do like a sick jig while it tries to like maintain. Nope. Okay. It stabilized. That wasn't supposed to happen. See if we can get some sick moves. No, not. I think it's a tiny bit overtuned. But yeah, like currently I'm trying to move this way, and like It kind of does, but then it also overshoots and just like eats shit. And now they just kind of look. Yeah, now they're doing the Schubert walk, where like we kind of oscillate left and right. So I don't know. I think fundamentally it will work. It's just a matter of like, I don't know. It's just a matter of making it less fucked up. Maybe the Wait, why did that go all fucky? No, now it's fine. Oh, really? Yeah. But, like, there are some other... I mean, I need to do a few little tests, like... I almost need to, like, set the character up to do, like, leg presses and stuff. Like, do, like... like a leg press on, like, a big block of weight. Because, like, we... You know, when I initialize the appendage, we can set a maximum force limit. And so, like, I need to know what is a real... Because if this force limit is too high or not there at all, it means, like, if I accidentally hit a little bump, then it'll just, like, yeet my character up because the leg... Essentially, the legs are running on, like, pistons, right? Like, there's no knee joints. It's just a piston-based... walker. It's like two pogo sticks. Two pogo sticks on a hip joint, I guess. So yeah, I forget what I was... Where was I going with that? Right, force limit. Yeah, I just feel like these are, like, too strong, maybe? Maybe the feet are too strong, or not strong enough. Like, maybe we're, like, getting flicked around because the feet kind of, you know, send us flying or some shit when they shouldn't be. They should be kind of, like, springing more on the ground. But then if they're not strong enough, then they can't, like, push up off the ground. You know? So, I don't know, it's just a big balancing act. But it seems like, I think I'll be able to use, fucking advanced search engine. Advanced inference AI to just give me the fucking equations that I'm looking for, you know. Like here, there's a MATLAB video about, like, bipedal thingers.
So he's put together some pretty nice examples on starting with a simple complex dynamics with all the cuts to have a simpler model to make the robot follow the trajectory of the Yes, then basically the way it works is that your whole mass of your robot, you assume it's concentrated on this, basically the ball of the pendulum, and then the pendulum is hinged about where it's positioned its foot.
Yes.
And then it just will fall forward, and then at some point you put your foot down elsewhere.
See, this is where I think we're going wrong, because yeah, we do kind of need to factor
As you're following your trajectory.
Yes.
So that's
where
kind of in a way how people walk. Yeah.
Yeah, walking is falling.
Yeah.
because like we're assuming that yeah, this is like a ball, right? But when we do take a step, the acceleration does change. So we kind of need to like infer that yes, you are going to decelerate when the foot lands.
On an actual articulated walking robot.
So what we're going to do is find a piece of trajectory that we will use it to create the pattern. And once we do, we're going to transform the reference frame. So once we have the body trajectory, we want the trajectory of the feet. And once we have the trajectory of the feet, we want to find the trajectory of the joints. And this is going to be a 6 degree of freedom legs. So we want to find the trajectory of the symmetric piece, a slice, inverted pendulum.
See, I don't even need
Does
to.
this trajectory of your center of mass that's swinging left and right, and you want that to keep oscillating about the midpoint of whatever trajectory you're following. And then at the bottom you have your foot placements. Mm-hmm. So you've got your left foot and your right foot, and they're as they should be. They're constantly alternating.
So right, those are the swing foots that you want to make sure as you're moving the body forward, one foot will be the plant, on the ground will be moving the body.
Right. So that's well, actually, I do have the balance vector, right? You can see that here. This one, balance vector, and then when if I can get it to step like normally, you can see that yeah, it does like as we go on one foot and then the other, like it does kind of whoosh whoosh whoosh, you know.
At the same time, you want your swing foot to move to the next plant position.
So then I also noticed one interesting thing.
So like an IK handle without joints. I do ring but no physical experience. Kind of. It's almost like yeah, you could think of it like that. Like given a target location, so like if I mean this will just eat shit, but you can see that blue line there, sometimes it sticks out. That's like the IK target, right? And you can see in slow motion it just goes fucking fucked up. But these blue bits that these dots are coming out of, yeah, thanks Unreal Physics. All right, let's unfuck it. So these blue dots, yeah, we're breakdancing. Hell fucking yeah. Basically where the heel of the character is. That's like, you could think about that like an IK target. And then, because we're not actually using joints, we're using pistons, we can just say, okay, yeah, the target is here. So what angle does the motor need to be going to point at that target? And then what is the length? How far do we need to extend the piston? Yeah, it's like an aim target and a length target. And that's how the feet work, right? Yeah. And then and then we go back when we actually apply the mesh, like the animation to it. We then use the actual physical foot location as the IK target for the animation, or like for the mesh. So it's like we have like we call it the physics target, and then we kind of like aim to that target, and then the animation, the mesh, uses that actual location as the IK target. The what I did was trying to just remove the actual ball from the world and to applying the physics that would have occurred were it there. I don't think it would really work because friction and stuff is like very complicated. I have looked into doing like one-way physics because like you can do, I think it's called the probe channel. Actually, let me get this walking a tiny bit stabler. Actually, you know what I could do? I can just cheat for a sec. Because it's funny when it falls over. Now I'm just like forcing the character to be more stable. Oh, look, we're walking. I'm walking here. Oh, slippery. Oh. That's what I mean by the force being too big. Where we like kind of jump up. Ooh. Like that. Classic. But yeah, no, I think the ball bot is like a dead end. I think like I could keep going and going with it, but then it would just be doing like band-aid over band-aid over band-aid.
Start of the walking pattern, that first step that you took there is a little bit smaller, and there's like a little period at the beginning there where it wasn't quite following the trajectory, so this is something pretty important that you have to take care of, right?
Actually, yeah, for the actual robot, it'll be standing still at first. It would not have the initial conditions that we said in the beginning. Yeah. So to go into that pattern, what I'm adding is to move the body a little lower.
Yeah. So first you started in what you call the double support phase, right? So you have both your feet on the ground and you're moving from the upright position down to the height of that you want to keep walking at.
And then we take a half step to go to that starting position.
Yeah. And then the idea is that if you kind of tune that right, then you're geared up to then continue walking in this trajectory.
And once you reach that, you can just make the pattern so you can do the same thing full step.
Use the ball, but when you approach stairs, foot pops out the bottom, walk up the stairs, and return the ball. Honestly, I had thought of doing something like that, but it wouldn't have been stable enough. I think the foot bot can definitely work. It's a very solved issue. I'm just too much of a spaz to like, you know, to know what to do from the ground up. Like until today, I've just been like winging it. Just like, you know, kind of observing and trial and error and whatever. But yeah, I mean, like, see, this the way I want to do it, because because we're doing it digitally, we can, well, add fake forces to just stabilize it if it isn't quite right. And we have infinite sensing capabilities, so like we know everything about, you know, the floor and what's ahead of us and all that kind of shit. But I want the stride. I want anyone to be able to like put an animation in, and for it to like be able to kind of do its own shit.
Step after step.
Okay, so we have a trajectory that tells us where our center of mass is going to foot.
Only one transfer, right, folks?
Like this approach here.
Strict walking trajectory, where the main thing of that curve that you
I
see,
can
center of mass that's swinging left and right, and you want that to keep oscillating.
This is like you know.
And then at the bottom you have your foot placements. So you've got your left foot and your right foot.
This is like a look ahead kind of thing, which I can do because, like, I know, you know, we know what the current stride, you know, length is and the current stride speed and all that. So we can make a foot end up in any location we want, essentially. But yeah, I really just want it to be based on like a simple stride loop, and then just like make it work, you know.
Forward, one foot will be the plan on the. So if and the presentation of.
So I mean, regardless of how you then plan or react to those footsteps, then now we finally have basically the commands that we're gonna send to the.
I just want to.
So this model does a reference that says
will be different. It will be solution.
Yeah. For reason, constrain the pelvis rotation for a little behaviors to get the characters to walk about. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's kind of. Well, I don't know if they. I think they constrain the location as well. Or at least, like, assist the location to be. Yeah, like a certain distance from the ground and, yeah, at a certain rotation. Which is what I do, or what I can do here. If I say, like, yeah, 2000, and I'll just do this. Which is like, yeah, if I jump, I can, like, I can rotate in the air because we're doing fake shit, you know? But it also means, yeah, like, it is more stable. But I only want to use it as, like, a kind of... not like a last resort, but like a finishing touch, you know? I want to use that kind of constraint as like a, like, yeah, like it's 90% of the way there. Let's just add this on top. Just so it's like more playable. Because like this doesn't look bad. And it just feels like, yeah, well, aside from whatever the fuck that was. Well, yeah, sometimes it just feels like just a character. I'm just like walking around, I'm just doing normal character things. To some extent. Obviously, it's fucked up as hell, but... you know. Like, the aim is for it to just feel like a character. Or, like, it should feel like a game, you know? But I think, first and foremost, for it to not feel or look super jank, yeah, we need to get, like, 90% of the way there. Because if I overstabilize it, it means that, like, yeah, stupid friction stuff, like sliding around on the ice, or trying to push something really heavy when you're in the mud, you know, like a cart breaks down on the side of a muddy road, and you're trying to, like, get it back on there, but it's, like, all muddy, and you're, like, trying to push it, and so you're, like, leaning over, but then you slip, and you're, like, fucking face plant, and you get mud all over your new clothes that you just bought. And then everyone thinks that you're a homeless person. Yeah. Is the speed they take a step out, move 1 foot from point A to point B, linear? The backwards... So essentially, we're never just moving a foot to a new position. We're always moving one back as we move the other forward, right? So we're always pushing back with a foot, equal to, you know, how we're moving one forward. The one that's moving back does move. It moves linearly backwards. So, and it's like harvested from an animation. Here's a flat foot one. So going from here to there is like, well, mostly linear. Now it's linear, like fully. Because it's essentially set up, well, the animation is set up to be walking at 150 units per second. And so the feet, once they're on the ground, they move back at a constant rate. And we're just not taking into account like the slight rotation of the foot over time. We're just keeping it flat because, you know, it's just easier, more stable. Both feet are constantly moving. Yeah, because it's relative to the character. Because yeah, like this, the foot that's planted is like pushing. Well, it's the hip actually pushing backwards. Well, it ends up being like that anyway. Yeah. So the foot target is relative to the hip position. But then like, yeah, as we start moving, what I'm actually doing is setting the target to be behind the foot, but it will never actually reach that target because friction, and instead it moves the character forward, which then, now relative to the new position, the foot's in the right place, but it wants to keep going, so it moves back again. Does that kind of make sense? Like we're always setting the target position of the foot that's planted to be behind where the foot is currently, but it's unattainable, and instead it pushes the pelvis forward. Which is like kind of a fucked up way of thinking about it. But it is correct. Like, that's how we walk. Or like it's more so it's just maintaining the position. But yeah, like it's never like we're never saying like, oh, this foot was planted here, so just maintain that position. Because then it's like, okay, well, like if we're on ice and our foot's slipping around and shit, like our foot might slip backwards, but we don't want to just pretend that it was where it landed, kind of thing, you know? It should always be like, yeah, relative to the other foot. You know, where is it and whatnot. Relative to the relative target position moves backwards. Yeah, exactly. For the planted foot. Yeah. And that's kind of what It kind of half pushes the character forward, and it half maintains its position naturally. But yeah, what I want to end up with is just like have an animation, harvest the foot position from it, given that it's like, you know, either like in Cascadeur, you know, physicalized so that it is physical, or it's mocapped, or it's just, you know, it's not like a super... I mean, even a stylized one should be able to work. And then, yeah, I just want to convert that into curves, and then just read through the curve to do our, you know, to do our strides. I don't want to be using, give me a target. I don't want to be like, oh, here's like a target position for the foot. Because like, what if we're on a moving platform, you know? I don't want to be like if we're on a moving platform that's moving through space and it's like, oh yeah, the target's over here. Oh wait, no, we're getting further away from it. We're fucked. I always want the target to be like essentially relative to, yeah, the planted foot or the hips of the character. So everybody using, yeah, material friction, exactly. Like that's just an emergent part of the system. So this is like, you know, lots of friction, cool. Looks relatively stupid. And then on here, it's like, you know. I mean, obviously I'm stabilizing way too much for the sake of kind of getting my point across. But yeah, this is something that I just don't want to do. Like, torque forces, I'm fine with. But linear forces, I don't want to use as like a cheat code. Like, it's kind of handy to... Why do we get the oscillating? Where's that coming from? Is that from... No, that's getting bypassed. Is it just from this? No, whatever. Basically, if I go forward, we can just, like, get the character up to speed using fake-ass forces. And, like, yeah, kind of be running. It looks dumb, but... And also, yeah, the feet, I don't think the legs are springy enough. Yeah, you can see, like, once we're at speed, kind of works, even though we're fucking leaning the wrong way. But yeah. Difficult movement setup, use native example to implement everything for it's just chaos physics, yeah. Which is kind of the point of it, because I want it to interact with other physical objects, like, you know, there's a horse, and the horse is, I don't know, dragging a cart, and then we're standing on the cart, and we lasso someone, and then dragging them along behind the cart. You know, like just real dumb stuff. Or like we're on like a chariot and we like have like a grapple hook crossbow and like, you know, fucking shoot someone and it gets lodged in them and then like we keep going. It's like, and we like drag them down, but we get moved by it. Just like real dumb stuff. Aiding the horse like this, I can already imagine. Well, the doing a quadruped would be way easier. Because you don't really even have to deal with, like, balance. Like, the fulcrum area is so large that, like, it's really hard to make a quadruped lose balance. But essentially, the player, or not the player, the biped character, they'll turn quadrupedal when they need to, like, crawl, right? So, a crawling character and, like, a horse or whatever, they'll use the exact same logic, you know? They're using animation for the feet movement combination with calculated balancing is why you end up with a jankiness. Yeah, I think that's true. But I do think there's a way, like, ways around it. Like, yeah, one of the things that happens often is, like, this kind of oscillating left and right. But that's just kind of, like, because it can't look ahead, you know? So there's, like, a little jump there. Ooh. Ooh. A little friction loss. It might also just be a controller tuning issue, you know? It's just, it keeps oscillating. Let's go this way. Oh, let's run. No, we did. Technically, movement component is done. You need to replace a skelly mesh with a toddler. True. I can kind of. Wait, hold on. Yeah, nice. Yeah, we're hella small. Anyway. Yo, Jed, how's it going? God, it's late for you. Yeah, I might do a bit more. I might do a bit more AI querying. Because, like, obviously, yeah, all of this robotics shit is, like, very... It's a solved problem, right? Like, this is, like, fucking... This is math from... like Archimedes' time. Probably. TM. So yeah, just need to like just need to do it, you know? I think the main problem is, right, like with this happening here, is that I've essentially just used the exact same setup from the Ballbot character. Like, you know, I've set the feet up to essentially like treadmill at any given, you know, meters per second. Like with the Ballbot, it was like the ball needs to spin 100 units per second to balance the character. And so then I've just gone, okay, well, I need to move the feet at 100 units per second to balance the character. I mean, like, what if I do something kind of fucked up? Like, initialize appendage, capsule radius. So that would be the offset, left and right. Like, if I just did this, right? I'm gonna put a reminder here. 0.0. So this is gonna be like a unipedal character, it's got 2 feet, but they clip through each other, right? And like all of a sudden it's way more fucking stable. Because it's not oscillating left right, you know? So like it's just a matter of accounting for the fact that the legs are offset from one another. And the stride gets offset from one another. You know what I mean? And like actually, I wonder how hard this would be to do. They're all like that. Can I do like 3 of them? And then the... Oh, this is going to be fucked up. Hold on. Because I have set this up to be... It loops over the appendage array. And where do I do... It's in start stride. Start new stride, wherever that is. Start walking. Start walking. Okay, hold on. So these ones are from the midpoint, but if there's 3 of them... This is so fucked up. Hold on, let's do appendage array. Wait, is that length? No. Appendage array length. So that's 1, 2, 3. 1. Oh, can I go literal float? 1 divided by 3, 0.3, multiplied by the current index plus 1. So current index plus 1, this, a third multiplied by this. Why is it fucking integering? Fuck you, bitch ass integer. Give me the float. You know, I'll go to float just to be safe. No, make to float. The fuck is that? To float. Integer. Okay, you go in there times this guy. And then I guess one of them will... One of them... you know, it probably shouldn't even matter. Alright, can we do 3 feet? So fucking cursed. This is... Okay, this is like... This was the idea behind the Ballbot, right? Is that, like... I was like, oh, what if I just had, like, 50 feet that could all clip through one another? Then I'd constantly be touching the ground. And it's like, at that point, it's just a ball. Anyway, I need to pee. BRB. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, so like this is like super cursed, right? But like it works. The more feet you have, the more stable you are. As in physically stable, not mentally. That's not a guarantee. But yeah, look, like the character can just like chill. It's like pretty much working fine. Except it's very cursed. I think the Looney Tunes, right? Yeah, literally. I mean, this is essentially Looney Tunes Run, you know? Like, it's just the whoosh, just the whoosh. Okay, here, we're just gonna go, like, Dumbville. Although, what would it do? No, it probably wouldn't, because they're designed to be in pairs. So I don't think the slope stuff would work. Oh, no. Yeah, no. The slope is calculated between the 2 feet. What's there, like... Because we're not... like, when we step up a step... we're not just making one leg shorter to step up, we also push with this one. This one also needs to know, like stepping up a step is essentially like going up a slope, except your feet are flat. So I don't think that'll actually work with this, but I just want to do some real dumb shit, like, initialize all appendages. 8. And then I want to do... just map range. 0 to 8 to be minus 100 to positive 100. And then that will be... this. Check this out. Yeah, see? Now we're fucking strand beasting. Okay, get rid of this fucking thing. But like, technically this is stable, right? Oh, so this is like, if I do it sideways, this is how like a fucking centipede moves. Okay, I can't like lean properly. So fucked up. There we go. It's doing it. Isn't that the most fucked up thing you've ever seen? I love that the leg IK is just like, oh yeah, we're going over to... How fast can this go? That's fucked up. But yeah, no, okay, this system's only set up for pairs of appendages. Because it'll treat them all as like one plane. Also, I can jump as well. Now we're galloping. Okay, now we're just... Fuck. If I did 8, but they were all just like in the one location. This is what I mean by like the ball bot, right? Like this is essentially what the ball bot was mimicking. Like having just fucking shit tons of feet, doing feet things. Like a fucking tank tread, right? Looks so funny when they all like converge. It's actually dope. Yeah. Biblically accurate walking. Yeah. And it's like when it takes like a little step, it like it just whooshes. Yeah, Wafk, it's yeah, look, honestly, I don't even know. I don't even know. It looks weird. Well, yeah, it does work, but it won't. It doesn't solve the issue. It does, you know what? It might actually be a decent way of, like, tuning the controllers. Well, no. You know what I mean? Can you give each mesh foot 8 feet, or must they convert? I'm not sure I understand. Also, I code for food and Matt K. Hello. Both asking the same question. I believe that someone, if not Epic themselves, because they are like fucking shooting themselves in the foot, they'll make a visual verse Blueprint equivalent, because verse is just C++ nuggets that essentially someone should be able to be like, oh yeah, get this function, let's give it a visual input output execution, whatever the fuck it is. You know, semicolon is an execution, whatever. Someone will make a visual version of like the programming side of it. And yeah, a lot of people have said that verse is just dumb as fuck, which like probably is. But yeah, I think they're like shooting themselves in the dick if they don't do some kind of visual scripting, because that's what brought everyone to Unreal Engine, was like, you know, Blueprint. I mean, it's what brought me to the engine, at least. Because I've got 4 feet, I can jump way higher. Because the force is shared between all 4 of them. Where's everybody? Yeah, potentially. I don't think it's as bad as everyone kind of thinks. I think... Yeah, Blueprint Virtual Machine. Yeah, exactly. It's fully... Like, performance-wise, it's fucked. Or, like, it's a dead end. It can't be nativized properly. And, you know... Can I... You know, right, because it wants 2 feet. Just, like, get on there first. Yeah, now we're going. Bit slippery, though. Even with 50 fucking feet. 4 feet. But yeah, I think that they will do something. I don't know, but will they? Like, I feel like a lot of their decisions are kind of like fucking brain dead. So I don't know. Someone will do it. I think since Verse, well, I mean, apparently currently it runs in a virtual machine, which is defeats the whole purpose of it, I guess. But if it's nativizable, so does it make maybe a nativizable like real bad code patterns anyway? Yeah, that's true. Look, I think if all of like the keywords are the same and they made a visual verse, visor, then I'd be fine. Like, I wouldn't care too much. I'd probably be able to switch. Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, like, currently... I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'll become a professional gamer. Maybe I'll become a professional League of Legends player by the time they do that. Even though I've like never played League of Legends. Whoa, fuck. Oh, that was 5 feet. I wanted to do... could you give each visible foot that we see a hidden centipede of code feet? I'll have to overlap when you do this. I could do that, but I do want to end up with it actually being like 1-to-1. Yeah, like I could separate from each hip and do 4 of them, kind of like 2 treadmill tracks. But I don't know. I think being able to do this will be good for balance tuning, as in like velocity wise. But then it's also like I probably do. Well, yeah. Obviously, I need to account for the offset. I mean, like I could do something like this, right? I could be like, 075, and do every odd number. Is there like a... How do I fucking... What does extra code feed actually do to the movement? It just makes it more stable. Because we're more often in contact with the ground, you know? So it makes it more like a wheel than 2 legs. Which just means it's easier to like, you know, if we're treating the contact point as like a continuous movement, you know, and like, oh, we're leaning 45 degrees. So in order to rebalance ourselves and gain speed, our point of contact or average point of contact needs to be moving at, you know, 45 degrees times, you know, tangent of the angle, arctangent of the angle multiplied by gravity needs to be the acceleration of the thing in order to fucking, you know, do the thing. And so by adding all the extra feet, we can kind of fine-tune those values if that's what the issue was. But I feel like most of the issue is the oscillation from left to right foot. And these feet are all protruding out the butthole. They're not like offset on the hips. Using all points at the same time, not average and what? Yeah. Well, it's essentially like. Oh wait, did I move them already? What did I? Oh yeah, no, I did. Then index. Yeah, no. So I wanted to do mod 1. So they go left, right, left, right. Maybe. No, mod 2. Is that what I'm trying to... I don't fucking know. It's so cursed. But yeah, essentially the way I've programmed it is that having 2 feet, the stride is offset by 0.5 between them. And then if we have 3 feet, the stride is offset by 0.33. So that, you know, they're all running through the same stride cycle, just offset from one another by, you know, however many. But I definitely won't be doing this unless it's like some fucked up creature. I just thought this might be a good way to kind of test stability and whatnot. Is there a reason not to have each leg start of the corresponding hip? So, it was, again, just as a test, when they are at each hip, we tend to get, if we don't account for it, this like oscillation left and right. Because our, you know, we're trying to reach a target velocity. So that's this orange line here. But then our actual velocity, which is the... this guy here, the slightly darker orange. Excuse the spin out. Slightly darker orange. It is going left and right. And so then the controller says, okay, well, we're moving this way, but we want to be moving this way. So apply, well, try and lean this way. And so then we lean that way. And then the stride controller is like, well, fuck, we're falling over to the left. So now we need to move our foot to the left, and it ends up being this like feedback loop of, you know, going like this, walking like a fucking idiot. But if I, and so that tells me that like, okay, that not accounting for that is the problem, because if I put both feet in the center of the character, then like it's way more stable. Like, it essentially behaves like I would want it to. And then you're probably thinking, like, oh, well, why don't you just, like, do that, but then use, like, the, just visually offset them, like, with the mesh. And that would be smart. That's probably where some people would call it. You know, they'd be like, oh, yeah, it's good enough. Let's fucking do that. Because, like, if I did, I mean, look, I can do that very easily. Let me... What is it? Control F to find? No, what's the fucking Shift... No. How do I... No, that's in the... What's the one to go... The content browser... Yeah, I can't be... I found the folder. Anims... BP guy... Doing the 2 center of gravity instead of 1 center on the butthole. Well, there is only one center of gravity, which is actually calculated by getting all of the bodies in the system. So like the capsule, the feet, the legs, and actually calculating the center of gravity between them all. As well as like if, let's say we wanted to give the character like a really heavy backpack, I would actually add a physical object with weight to it, and that would change the center of gravity, so the character would naturally lean forward, you know. But yeah, the let me just take the IK off for a second. So now the character's just like animated kind of normal. Also sliding a bit, but that's because the... Oh, right, the animation isn't adjusted for the actual stride length. And the... direction relative to movement isn't being calculated. That should be in here somewhere, right? Stride rotation relative to forward vector. Get forward vector, rotation, yaw. Hold on. Why the fuck you not? Forward vector. Oh, it's this guy. What the fuck was I doing? Alright, so the animation's probably just been looking fucked up since, like... Calculate direction, velocity, smooth target velocity. Well, no, it would be the actual absolute velocity. Bam. That's the, yeah. Alright, hold on. Okay, yeah, there we go. So now our blend space actually works. So yeah, aside from like the fucked up foot sliding, which can be rectified by actually doing this, so that at 400... Well, no, at... You know what, let's go map range unclamped. At 0, it's 0. At 150, the stride length is 86 or 90. Fucking where's the data ass? Data ass. Here it is. Reference step length 80. Right. 80. So at 150, it's 80. So this should just match the animation. Well, it'll match the walking animation a bit better. But the run is gonna, yeah, it's gonna fucking not be happy. Because I don't think the stride length interpolates that way. Look at it go. Although, if we had $6 feet, then having a stride that long would be fine, you know? You know what I mean? Okay, that's fine. I wonder how long I can get the... else? You know what else we could do? Just for a bit of fun. Oh, there we go. Finally delete that. Okay, cool. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Now we are... Fuck. Okay, no, we're fucked. Oops, wrong button. Sorry. Kurutenshi. Heard about one of the new blueprints and later version of UA6. Yeah. How hard is it going to be to learn that verse? I think they'll do... I think they'll have a visual verse. I mean, they'd be dumb not to. Otherwise, no one's going to use Unreal 6. The only people that don't like Blueprint are stupid people. You know? What was I... I feel like I was gonna do something dumb. Because I'm just memeing at the moment. Right, you know, I wanted to see if the Stilt Walker would still work. People get deprecated but still left for backward compatibility, they're not add or fix anything. Yeah, exactly. Which I think is a good call. I mean, look, I think Blueprint's probably at a dead end. Yeah, look at us go. When you got those fucking giga high heels on. On a leg day. Yeah. Yeah, you're making one. Whichever you're having. Thank you. Oh yeah, true. Oh god, don't trip over. Well, yeah. Look at that dance. Sick dance. Right, I forgot I set the fucking legs to be like giga fucked. Anyway, what were we talking about? I'm so lost. You know, I need to do some reading of the papers, like science papers. You know, because I'm like so fucking smart and shit. So I don't know. Maybe we'll call it for tonight. But look, we got some formulas. Got some maths formulas. You know, like, oh, what's the acceleration needed to unfuck someone when the thing's going this fast and whatever. So I might look at, yeah, different approaches to the linear inverted, what's it called? Slip? The spring springy, linear, inverted pendulum problem. But yeah, no, I guess given where the foot is going to land, we need to account for that vector, like the upcoming vector. And like, yeah, like lean into it or lean away from it or something. Yeah. But look, I think it's more and more doable the more I think about it. Especially when we do the fucked up multiple legs from like the center point thing and it just like works perfect. It makes me think that, yeah, like this is doable. It just needs a little bit of finagling. Yeah. And then we can just apply stabilization and it might be fine, so. Yeah, anyway, I'm going to... I'm just gonna fucking play video games the rest of the night. I'll show you guys what I've been playing. Let me just save this. This paint artwork. All right, let's get Songs of Six going. It's got a banger soundtrack. Camera zoom mode, fix this. Launch. We launching. All right, it's not like... Anyway, I'll just continue. Oh, am I dying? Yeah, right, it's loading like the fucking 1,000. I started a new settlement yesterday. All right, I'll show you guys around. We'll play at 1 times speed. A lizard man worshipping Arthuri. Bugman getting resources. Nice. How are they feeling? Right, so these guys eat people. So they're complaining that I don't let them eat the corpses of everyone. Because it's hard to, like, they all have different, like, religions and, like, racial preferences. Fuck, I just for like a lot of my buildings, right? I'll show you like on a different one. I mean, I did a lot in my previous one, but like sometimes the most space efficient, because like when you put down a building, right? I'm just trying to think what I need. 2 smithies. What are we running low on? Probably need another... Actually, I do need another carpenter to make shields. So, you know, we'll do one from scratch. Carpenter. And we want our dwarves, our Dondorians to make it. Because they're very good with their hands. So we'll do like a bit of a... Need a middle support. Sometimes I take the corners out just for like aesthetics. But anyway, so when you're like placing a building, it needs these things to function. So it needs like storage, and you can like make it bigger or smaller or whatever. This probably doesn't need much storage because it's right next to my giant warehouse. So we can do like, you know what, I'll put the workbenches down first. We're gaming, by the way. You're gonna come and yell at me to do more work? Why are you doing your damn work? Thanks for the coffee. Wow. Sorry, what was I doing? Right. So yeah, put down workbenches. Cool, cool. But anyway, so like, to make things look less gritty, or just to like be efficient with space, sometimes I do like a spiral offset. So like I'll do like this, and then I'll do this one, but mirrored up here, and then I'll do, you know, one somewhere else, and then do the same here, right? Because it just ends up access-wise, because like they have to be able to access the bench and shit. Anyway, some of my buildings, the furniture arrangements keep looking like swastikas. So if you see any... if you see any swastikas, it's an emergent property of saving space. Just a forewarning. I don't know. There might be some. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, here, the laboratory. It's look, it's yeah. Anyway, let's get this carpenter. Let's get this carpenter's hut going. I might actually do it like an internal. How? Yeah, do that and. Oh no! Wait, no, they go this way. Why? What do you mean you can't access there? Why would you fucking need to go there? You know, if I just fucking close that off. Bam. Now it won't complain. Yeah. And then I can do this. Oh, do they want to go that way? Right. Didn't work in the voice. Yeah, look fair. Alright, then we need storage. We need the auxiliary stations to boost efficiency, which you can usually just like cram in the corners. Sick. Door. 4-door. That's a very tiny alleyway. Hopefully no one gets mugged. And then they like them out of stone. And then we go bam. We go click. And then I can like 250 times speed. And they'll just fucking like go ham on it. So like I'm currently getting fucked, right? Because I have 280 vacant job positions, but still a bunch of homeless plebs. As in homeless pleb, like actual plebeians. And so like I'm just in like a death spiral, you know. You know, it's just like fuck. Because like if I accept more immigrants, then I think it's more just like a positioning of the houses relative to the places that need workers. But then it's like trying to look for it. Look, vacant house for Bugman Oh, okay, someone just moved in. Kind of proved my point. Okay, vacant house for Bugman. Stone mine with vacant positions. But still 44 homeless bugmen. So it's like, I don't know. Is it just going to rectify itself? I'm not sure. So I did like a big bug hive looking thing. Kenshi vibes. But yeah, like, this is my little place. Also, I have a mod to zoom it out, I think 16 times, but it runs like arse when you're doing it, because the game doesn't have LODs for anything that far out. Yeah, this is what I've just been playing for like however long. Infrastructure replacement, travel time being important. Yeah, exactly. This is where the lizard people live. They like fishing and they like digging clay. Internal storage is full and production is stalled. Warehouse has... Okay, well, the warehouse has space, but I don't have anyone to fucking haul resources. Because, like... I just... It's... Okay, you know what it is? It's because I've been recruiting troops, right? And they go train in these little thingers. Someone just leaving their fucking kid in the military training facility? I mean, it's nighttime right now. Hold on. Yeah, so they train at this thing. But, like... Because I need people to guard. Because there's, like, all these, like, racially driven fights going on. Because... And I try... So, like, they all hate different... It's like a big fucking thing, right? If I go to the species thing. So, like, lizard people don't like anyone. Although I think they're usually kind of chill. And then, like, the pig people, the Cretonians, they like the Dondorians and, like, the Talapi, but they don't like the lizardmen. They kind of tolerate humans, and they, like, hate the bug people. Because I think they're, like, naturalistic, and the bug people, like, eat everything. And then the dwarves like everyone except the bug people. So, like, the fucking... Yeah, and then the bug people hate everyone, except the bug people like the lizards, even though the lizards don't like the bug people. And then the humans like everyone except the Talapi, because they're like fucking cannibal, you know, crazy people. And then the Talapis basically hate everyone. Everyone that isn't like an animal, basically. So anyway, I tried to get a mod that allowed you to filter jobs by species, because you can filter housing. Like, I can assign all these houses for, like, you know, lizard people only. And most of the time that means, like, okay, yeah, the market and the food stall will be manned by lizard people because they're, like, the most nearby. But sometimes, like, you know, this will just get a... Yeah, like a pig man is, like, manning the food stall. And so, I mean, I think that's a corpse there. So, like... Yeah, sometimes, like, a pig man will come from all the way up here just to serve food, and then the lizard people will just bash the shit out of them. And it's like, well, there's nothing I can do about that. So I need all these guards. But then because I've recruited all these guards, they're not working. And so now I'm, like, downward spiraling with, like, job shortages, and, like, the warehouses aren't getting resources pulled across, and it's like, fuck. And now, like, everyone's starving. I've got 2 days of food left. So I could take the guards off duty and, like, temporarily get 70 workers back. But then, obviously, no one's guarding. Which, like, I don't know. I mean, here's, like, a death. Killed in a brawl. I'm gonna wait for another to pop up. We'll go 250 speed. Starvation, job shortage, downward spiral sounds like my kind of game. Hell yeah. Wait, where is it? Is that corpse? Where? Where are you? Corpses. Somewhere here. Okay, well, they probably got buried. Let me wait for another racially driven death to pop up. And I can guarantee it'll be at the lizard people. So, oh, okay, someone's injured. Oh, that actually, oh yeah. See, look. Okay, he's injured. Human citizen injured. Not at the lizard people place. But I'm guessing the food stall. Yeah, okay, it was probably a pigman. One of those damn Cretonians. I guess because they're going to these food stalls. Because this one might be full of, like, service. So it's like, maybe they're coming over here and then they're getting into fights. And it's like, fuck. And now I don't have guards up. Because I need freaking workers. But it's like, can you just build a fucking carpenter and shit? But then, like, the more stuff I build to fix the problem, it's like, okay, now I've got more vacant positions. And it's like, fuck. Maybe I just need, like, less people employed in the swastika laboratory. I mean, do I... And, like, here's the thing, right? About, like, research and laboratory and the library and whatever. Is, like, you unlock innovation points to make other things more efficient, but then if you stop researching, you lose innovation points and the things get locked until you've reached that point again. So it's like, you know, if I've got 100 people researching and it's like, fuck, well, I need to, you know, if I take 100 people off researching to go and work the fields because we're starving to death, then I lose the efficiency bonus that the research was providing, which means that I may as well have just fucking kept them on the laboratory, you know? Like, we'd end up with the same amount of food. Well, I don't know. There's like it's all fucked. It's all fucked. Have you played this, Mydrung? I was playing this and I was like, Mydrung's definitely played this, right? Like, this is Songs of Six. Songs of SYX. It's like low fantasy, city builder, also like grand strategy. Like this is our settlement here. These are the neighbors that I have I had a trade agreement with them. And then a bandit showed up and was like, I'm on my way to extort the Amethystians, which is my peoples. You know, I need, you know, give me passage through your thing. And he was like, oh, you know, I'll ask him, you know, what's the deal? So I was like, oh, could you like deal with them, whatever? And so they dealt with them, but then they got shitty. And then they stopped our trade agreement. And then they were like basically extorting me, being like, hey, you guys are like, you know, you guys are shit. Give me 60,000 denarii, or like, who knows what'll happen? You know, something bad might happen to you. So I got like extorted by a ruler because I didn't want to get extorted by a bandit gang. And so now there's no more trade agreement, which means that I have less options for like importing shit. Like if I want fruit, like they were selling it for 75 gold. And so it would have imported it from them, but now like my other neighbors sell it at 104. And like, I don't know if they know that I'm not trading with these guys so they can jack the prices up, or whether that's just based on like the distance and the, you know, opinion of the faction and whatever. What's he doing? I can't create a cozy home for myself with the goods that you have allowed us. That's bullshit. That's bullshit, because I allow maximum clay and maximum stone. Like, just... You just gotta go and get it. Fuck. Fuck. What do I know? No, I've got clay and I've got stone. So why don't they furnish their damn houses? This is Songs of Six. It's a game that I've been playing the past few days. Look, another brawl. You know what? It's not too bad. Maybe having the guards off for a bit until it gets too rough might be fine. And then like I've got like heaps of immigrants, 69 human immigrants aspiring. But it's like, can I house them? And then like, if I want to build houses, I need people to build a house. I mean, I can probably... You know what? We allow humans in. 69 humans are gonna like fucking flood in. Where do they come from? This is the reason that I haven't streamed in like a bit. Where were they? Where are they? I want to watch them come in. Where are they? Oh, here they are. Bunch of dudes. Oh, they're dirty. And what are they gonna do? They're gonna fucking bow down. In front of my throne. It's Songs of Six. SYX. Songs of SYX. There you go. That's my throne. I'm not actually in there. I'm a ghost. Or a god, I guess. Maybe. God ruler. Alright, what are they doing? Walking to job. They have job. So that's picked up some of the slack in the job market, right? And they're going to the swastika factory. Fucking great. It was a space-saving measure, I swear. I want to stress that. I know I'm bringing attention to it over and over. Probably could have just not mentioned it. Probably don't need woodcutters. I could... Well, I've already half-jobbed them. So, like... I don't know. Anyway, imagine a game like this. But like you're this guy. Or this lady. This pig woman. You know? That would be sick. Like, just procedurally generate, you know... Functional city NPCs. Bunch of shit happening. People pooping. People discharging. In my fancy latrine. That's a gross sound. Fancy latrines? What game is this? Are we just gonna get the same question over and over? I don't. There's a guy probably looking down. I was thinking the exact same thing. Yeah. All right. How's homelessness? You know what? Homelessness probably isn't that bad. Like, like, from our perspective, homelessness is probably not the biggest deal. As long as we have food. Well, that's the other thing, right? If I get people in to fill the jobs, to produce more food, then that means we need more food to feed them. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, it's a death spiral. I can, like, I understand why, like, you know, fucking Rome fell. You know, like, how could Rome, if Rome was so good, why isn't it still around? As in, like, ancient Rome. Like, yeah, maybe they had, like, maybe they had job shortages, and so then they, I don't know, got a bunch of people to come and fill the jobs, but then they needed more food, and it was just, yeah. It's fucked. Also, these guys are so cool. These little Globdian. They lay eggs. I think they're the only animal that lay eggs that you can ranch. This guy's the master of... Hold on. I've appointed nobles to oversee stuff. I guess this guy is the... Yeah, the master of Globdian pastures. He's just... What's he doing? He's inspecting. Why are you not wearing clothes? Oh, no, that's like... Yeah, no, what? Yeah, get some fucking clothes. I mean, I guess he's got a cape on. Yeah, so look, that's what I've been doing. I've just been playing this heaps. And I feel like I haven't, like... I feel like I've barely touched the surface of it. You know? And now my bug people are getting upset. It's like, why are you upset? Like, wrongful deaths? Oh, I guess they don't care about... Okay, no, well, that's good. Because bug people keep getting killed, but I guess they don't, like, care that their species is getting persecuted. And neither do the lizard people. But the dwarves and the pig people and the humans... I mean, look, that's pretty... I think we got it under control. Someone's leaving. Because... Willow Red Wyvern. Fed up with this dump and your failing rule. Well, fuck you. I didn't want you here anyway. You could have given me the fucking clothes back. What do you... Stop... Did you just... Did he just, like, spit at the, like, shout at the cows? What are you doing? Why are you leaving? Oh, wait, they're a tourist. Right. Actually, yeah, do you guys want to read some tourism reviews? Where's tourism? Up here. 10 tourists. Amethystians, what a shithole of a settlement. Absolutely horrendous experience. A dim-witted ambassador showed me around the embassies. It was anything but remarkable. Really needs a speaker. Hello, Lady Cat. Really needs a bathhouse. Okay, could not find a fight pit. What do you mean? I've got, like, a giant fight pit. Shame on you, King Charles. Shame on your human family. A moronic sign to show me around the city's laboratory. I was not impressed. Look, I get that. There is no stock in the metropolis. Why? So, like, this person came all the way here and was looking for stocks, as in, like, what you put criminals in. Stock. Stocks. I can't afford stocks because I don't have any administration points. See, that's just unreasonable. Why would you come all the way here to just see something like that? To just see people getting put to shame. Here's my fight pits. Okay, brewery boost. That's welcome. Why are there Kryptonians in the fight pit? Because, like, they're supposed to be, they're supposed to be pacifistic. The big people. Like, you can't recruit them. What are they? How? Hold on. Priority. Fuck, is there a search button up here? Work groups, individual range, filter work groups, filter work places. Where is fight pit? All right, you guys. Fulfillment minus 300. Okay, let's reserve the fight pit for humans, buggies, dwarves, not lizards. So these guys like to just punch each other up. Cool. And then graveyards, humans actually enjoy it. They, for some fucked up reason, they enjoy caretaking. I guess these guys do too. It's just the bug people don't get any fulfillment from it. Alright, we'll go humans, then these guys, then bug people. Yeah. It makes sense. And then we've got ambassadors. Or ambassadors? Skill 100. Skill 100 fulfillment. Alright, you know what? We'll do these guys. They're good. And I guess the humans are decent at it. Dondorians are goodish. And these guys can go down here. Because they're not skilled enough. Well, they're skilled, but they're not fulfilled from it. I want everyone to be fulfilled, you know? That's how we stop riots happening. And bashings. Alright, who's the least homeless? Okay. Kryptonians. We allow heaps of them in. Where are they coming from? Here they come. I'll go to the thing. Yep. Bow at the throne, and then fetching work equipment. Sick. Right, because I've upgraded some industries enough that, like, you can use tools for more efficiency, and I've got, like, shit tons of tools. Like, I should probably be exporting tools, because, like, I'm so poor. I can probably export tools and import food to solve the food crisis. The other thing is that, like, the people, they know how much food's left, and they, like, panic. So I think everyone's, like, kind of a bit shitty because there's no food. And now they're just patting the cows. So anyway, that was probably a good call. Letting all them in. The bakeries are kind of like fucking... You know what, we need as many bakers as possible. Although we don't have enough grain. So, like... I don't know. Don't have enough grain, so I'm gonna, like, fucking... put down a grain farm But then that needs more workers, and so people are going to move from other places to, like, do you know what I mean? Maybe that's not, maybe, okay, maybe, I don't know. I think I need to specialize in, like, an export industry, right? So, like, basic forging, like, fucking smash out tools or weapons, and then export them and import grain, because I just can't grow enough nearby, because, like, the land's kind of, like, shit. Like what? We got fertility but low moisture, and then we've got, like, fucking high moisture but low fertility. Except here. I mean, maybe I could just start another little... Okay, okay. You know what? Maybe we're in for, like, a bit of a rice field situation. Like, on the river, just fucking... Or what I could do, where there's, like, I can pump water with, like, hand pumps through canals, which I wanted to do anyway eventually, because, like, they like having pools to swim in, because, like, pools are sick. So... maybe I could irrigate or some shit. I don't know. I think I just need to ride it out. And I also think selling tools. So, like, import whatever the cheapest shit is. I can probably import grain. Or how much is bread? Because that would just, like, straight up cut down on the... Is the bread cheaper than the grain? 131. Grain is 138. So it would actually be cheaper, because I wouldn't have to use wood, to just import bread. Or, like, rations? How much are rations? 137. I mean, if I wanted to... Alright, Instria. If I wanted... diplomacy. If I wanted trade, what would you need from me? That's like fuck all, you know, accept. True, I guess because their opinion went up because I gave them a bunch of shit earlier. Okay. Hold on. Okay, so now we can get rations. Cheap. Let's go, like, what's my total rations warehouse set to? Warehouse is 80. What if we go here and we say less cotton, less bread, double rations. Where the hell's rations? Was that 1, 2? Yeah. So that's 600 rations capacity, and then import until we have 50% capacity. And then I can probably... What are the... Oh, so it's... It's 6 bread. Or 3 bread and herbs for 2 rations. 2.7 rations. And I don't think... Well, I know the pig people like rations. Like... They prefer having rations in the stockpile. For some reason. I don't know why. It's like in services? No, access? Population? No. Where the fuck is it? There's some... Target food preferences... Patient government... There's something somewhere. Is it just in here? Here we go. Storage. Rations in storage makes them happier. I don't think it's like that. Oh, okay. Dondorians like it if there's just a shit ton of this pointless ore in the stockpiles. So maybe I should, like, hoard some of that. And then the bug people like meat in storage. And these guys like fish and eggs in storage. And these ones like meat. And the fucking humans like gems. So I don't know. Maybe rations is kind of pointless. So maybe I do, like, bread. Which is same price there. You know what? Yeah, okay. What if? I mean, it's nearly harvest time anyway. So I could import bread. I can export tools until half stockpile. God, they don't sell for heaps. I guess I got shit tons. So we're essentially trading tools for... Oh, actually, maybe I can... I've got lots of cut stone. Oh, yeah. Okay, hold on. Now, that's the radius, not the amount. That's the amount of... Here it is. Alright, well, let's sell some cut stone, tools, and... What do you mean insufficient workers allocated? Like, there's shit tons. What's something else I've got heaps of? I could sell swords. I could probably sell... Nah, I don't want to sell fish. I could sell clay. Clay is like... No, not that expensive. What about like ores? I've got more ore than I do coal. So maybe I could... I don't know. I don't know, guys. It's fucked. Everything's fucked. Well, you know what? We'll just start with that. Get bread. And then... these bakers... we will just deprioritize. So everyone leaves the bakeries. Go down more. Like, low priority. I don't want any bakers. Bakers banned. We need people filling the farm jobs. Because, like, these aren't going to get harvested before the winter. And it's all going to rot. And it's like, what the fuck? Wait, it's nearly autumn. Harvest. Anyway, yeah, so this is basically my life now. Yeah, anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed me showing you the game I've been playing, you know. Autistic man shows his special interest. Logistics Simulator 5000. Medieval Fantasy SimCity. But yeah, we'll wrap up the stream because I'm going to play this for another 8 hours and I can't be bothered narrating it because my voice is sore. But like, I could just talk about it for ages. It's just like so fucking cool. But yeah, you guys are probably sick of it. Probably yeah, fucking care. Stupid little video game, you know. Who are we rating? Yeah, Jed, maybe you should stream. Maybe you should get on. We will, you know what? We'll raid Sorcery Story because we've been playing a colony sim game. So you guys will be going to more of the same. All right, well, thanks everyone for hanging. I had a good time. Maybe I was compile the engine for 2 hours, confused. Shit. It's like... compiling the engine must be like... It's like defrosting something overnight, you know? Or, what's something else that requires waiting? I don't know, a fucking the oven to cook something, but it's a shit oven. I don't know. Your computer probably feels like an oven, like compiling it, you know. Anyway, thanks everyone for hanging out. Maybe I'll stream on the weekend. Maybe tomorrow, potentially. But definitely Monday and Tuesday. Wednesday is like maybe. Thursday, Friday, I'll definitely try, and then Saturday is another maybe. You know, it's like 5 days a week on average where we're going to be streaming. But anyway, I think the feat stuff is coming along well, and I think it's doable. So goodbye. Oh, and also